Hello everybody, hope you're all having a great weekend. Thank you so much Elfie for resubscribing for 4 months. I can't believe the time has gone so fast. It is very much appreciated, Elfie. I hope you are still enjoying my content. Bago says it's an Emma. An Emma? Where? I can't see any Emmas. Oh my god! The Emma was inside me all along. Welcome in, Elfie, Debago, Harry, and Mudstuff. Thank you all for redeeming your flowers of the day. Harry has Bushvetch, Eltibago has Beaked Hawksbeard, Elfie has Early Purple Orchid. Both of you have reached 40 flowers, which is quite a milestone. Mudstuff has Dove's Foot, Crane's Bill. Time does fly, Elfie. It really doesn't seem that long ago that I did my first affiliate stream back in September. Didn't really expect anyone to watch, but some people watched. And some of those people are still here, and that's nice. Tomorrow, hopefully, I will be doing my first proper botany fieldwork of the year. It will still be a normal stream. I will still be streaming Cosmic Express tomorrow evening. But there might be a small botany segment at the start, which it's not going to be a proper one. It's just going to be me typing up my records, because I'm not going to have time to do it any other time other than on stream. But that should give you some insight into the process and what to expect further on in the year when I'm doing the proper streams. As for today, though, we are going to be jumping into Infinifactory once again. Let's get that set up. I think that's the right level for the game volume, but as always, let me know if you would like it changed. I am happy to do so. There we go, that's the game. I usually have my face cam up here for Infinifactory because there's a toolbar down the bottom. Chat, you can go there. And yes, it's not as interesting as Teabago makes it sound, but the idea is I'll talk a bit about the plants at the same time. I'm not going to have proper video footage or anything like that, but I will eventually try to have that for the proper streams. Anyway, Infinifactory. We made it to the final world of the campaign last week, and we actually solved one of the puzzles in the final world already, this landing alignment guide, where we unlocked this counter block and then didn't use it because we didn't really see the point of it. But I did end up making 2 solutions. My first attempt was not very good, and then my second attempt, after Matcha insisted that I do it again, was a little better. And we started looking at this level. We'd sort of come up with a plan for how we were going to break down this assembly into different parts. But we didn't actually start building anything. And I am wondering if we should actually try to use the counter this level, since we haven't managed to use it so far. So yeah, we have these consoles coming out of here, and they need a bit of remodeling doing to them, because This is what we're supposed to be producing, which is really nothing like what the ingredients were being given. And we also have these bits coming out here. I think we'd broken it down into we needed to make 4 bits that look like this, where I've used this counter in place of the screen and this rotator in place of the lever thing. So we need to make 2 like that, 1 like this, where this lifter has been used in place of the corner piece, this thing. And then we need to make another one where it's got 2 screens, but we also keep this part of the back because we need to make this corner, which is going to be quite tricky. Chibago says, Emma branching out into keyboard ASMR. Not quite. I do have a mechanical keyboard, but it's not one of those fancy ones with the nice sounding keys. It's just sort of just a keyboard. So I don't think we'll be achieving any ASMR with it. Okay, let's try and build something. So first thing I want to do is cut off the entire left side of this console, except every 4th one. We need to leave half of it behind. So we want to have an eviscerator here and here that's on a no, the eviscerators need to be here and here, and then we need to be able to retract them when we don't want them to run. And that's going to be the back half of every 4th block. So this is, I'm thinking, an opportunity to actually use a counter. We would need it to count to 4. Which I guess is... there we go. 4. And on the 4th one, send a signal to retract the eviscerators. Now, does that give us what we want? So 1, 2, 3. Right, there's 2 problems here. First of all, it's not retracting, but secondly, it's counting the number of blocks that go past, so this counts as 2. So actually we need it to count to 8. 7, 8. But then, yeah. Oh, I've only connected it to one of them. That might be why. Okay. Well, they moved, but they didn't actually not cut off part of the... Do I need to move it back one space? I need to count here. Oops. 8. Yeah, it's not retracting for long enough. Maybe we need 2 of these. Oops, both set to 8. See if this works. Almost. It retracted, but then it came back and it still deleted the bit I wanted. Yeah. Okay, having said we were going to use counters, counters don't seem to be helping. Yeah, it retracts too early, I guess. And then it comes back and then, yeah, okay. What about counters here and here? Hello, Yari! Welcome, welcome! How is my favourite penguin doing? I hope your weekend is going well. Thank you for redeeming a shining crane's bill as your flower of the day. We are back in Infinifactory, completely failing to make this contraption work. I think I'm just going to have to do it on a normal timing circuit, which means once again we're not using the counter block they've given us. But yeah, I don't see another way of doing this. So I'm going to make a loop back here. Is this screen... You can't build on this screen, can you? Okay, that's going to be in the way. Go this way instead. And what I'm looking for is one complete loop to be 4 of these. 1. Oh. I'm also looking for this block to actually move. That would help. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's slightly too long. Hello, Ophelia. Hope you're feeling okay. Hope your weekend is...
Ophelia,
I hope it's going.
277 just redeemed Blow High for 300 points.
Thank you for redeeming Blow High for 300 points.
Ophelia 6277 just redeemed Show Outfit for 300 points.
Thank you for redeeming Show Outfit for 300 points. And thank you for redeeming a Dove's Foot Crane's bill. Let me just get this working before I forget what it is I'm doing, and then I will then I will get the blow high. I think I've done this wrong actually. Sorry, this game is getting difficult. You are doing a bit better. I am so glad to hear that, Ophelia. Are you seeing your family over the Easter weekend? I was with my family today. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it needs to be synced up with the 5th one, not the 4th one, because I need to do 4, and then the 5th one is the start of the next cycle. Ophelia says, hope you had a good day and I hope your family is doing better. They're doing okay. They're not great, but they're doing okay. Hopefully on Monday, if I feel good enough, as my sister will be in town, and I haven't seen her in a while. Okay. Well, I definitely hope you feel well enough to see your sister, Ophelia. That would be nice. I hope you are able to. Hello, Ruby. Welcome in. Thank you so much for redeeming a cuckoo flower as your flower of the day. I'm just about to do my show outfit redeem. I'm going to build this first before I forget how it's supposed to work. No, this needs to come back here, which means 2 more blocks here. Might spend the entire stream on this one level, the way things are going. I keep forgetting I need a block for the pusher, and then I need another block, because if this is here, this takes up 2 blocks, so then when this extends, yeah, there we are. And then button here. Okay. Ruby says, I've been called a cuckoo flower before. Well, that's not a nice thing to call somebody. Especially not Ruby. If we're going to call you any sort of flower, Ruby, it should be a red one, like a rose, or a scarlet pimpernel, or anyway. Let's show outfit and do blowhigh. There's no poll about how I should introduce the blowhigh this time, so I'll see what I can come up with. Here is outfit. You have belt. I like this belt. It's one of my favourites. It's okay, Blowhigh is not dead. Blowhigh is fine. I'm just running out of ways to introduce Blowhigh. I feel like it needs to be a different one every stream. Thank you, Ophelia and LT Bagger. Yes, the belt is one of my favourites. Show you. It's like a stretchy with this clip at the end. So it's a very simple one, but I like how it looks. There we go. Don't worry, Blowhigh is alive and well, and we love him very much. Ophelia says, I have been called Sunflower, which I would say is not too bad. No, that's a fairly nice thing, I would think. Means that you turn your head to face the sun as the sun goes across the sky. Not sure why I would call somebody Sunflower, but Ophelia says, I remember also using one of those when I was younger. Might have been my mother's. Ah. Yes, I obviously never seen any of your outfits, Ophelia, but it sounds like you have good dress sense. I remember you said once that people had been mean to you about some of your outfits, which in my mind means they must have been good, awesome ones, because those people were clearly just jealous. Ophelia says, I like the sun. Yes, well, I don't like the winter. I don't like the absence of the sun. I like being outside and looking at plants. I actually prefer it to be cloudy when I'm actually doing the botany, because I like to be able to look around without having the sun in my eyes if I look the wrong way. But I definitely like being outside. Ophelia says, these days I prefer more casual clothes, but who knows, maybe one day these things keep changing. Absolutely. Well, we've established that you are cool, Ophelia, what with your bass playing and all, so... Ophelia says, I used to live in one of the sunniest cities of the country and I kinda miss it. Yeah, I'm not sure how sunshine varies across the UK. I know in the West, the way that certainly England is sort of arranged, you've got the west side, which is where all the rain comes from, because the prevailing wind comes from the southwest. Then you've got hills in the middle, and then the east side is dry. So around London and East Anglia, that's much drier. But Wales and the southwest and western Scotland are all very wet. So we get a lot of rain. I know South Wales is supposed to be cloudier than average. I don't know about here. I suspect we get less sunshine because of how much rain we get. But yes, I definitely appreciate the sunshine when we do get it. Let me go back to the game. Here is my plan for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to produce 3 2x2 pieces, and then on the last piece I just need to leave these 2 back pieces in place, which means I need to time this so that it retracts the eviscerator just when the 4th one of these blocks is coming through. But it's got to be timed precisely because it needs to still cut out the front half and only leave the back half. And that is slightly too late. Okay. Oh, don't tell me this block isn't going to move now because the game thinks it's stuck to this console. Okay, that's awkward. Does that work? No, that's too early. Okay. This is turning out to be harder than I thought. Okay, we're going to have to build this whole section higher up, I think. Like here. So that doesn't happen. And then put the button up here as well. Oops. Like that. Why is the block not moving? Hello, Heron to Birds. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming a Heath Milkwort as your flower of the day. We are playing a little bit of Infinifactory. Emma's brain is being thoroughly minced by this game. But I'm determined to finish it now that I've started. So that's what we're going to do. I have been enjoying it. It's just it is a little bit. I suspect people are either just lurking or are watching with no clue what's going on by this point. I am trying to build a factory to make this thing, and I have it all planned out how I'm going to do that. It's just the actual execution of that idea. I've discovered that these blocks just stick to the walls if they're not in the right place. Okay, that doesn't stick to the walls, so now I need to move the button down. to there. It depends on where you put the block to start the level. Like if I start the level with the block here, then it doesn't move because it's stuck to this beam. But if I start the block here, it will happily go past the beam without getting stuck. So it's a bit of a weird game mechanic how that actually works. Okay, that was almost correct timing. I think I need 2 sensors here to hold it back long enough. Altibago says, I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't rain much in Wales. Especially not in Agluisuru. Don't try and say that, you'll hurt yourself. Where it only rained for 83 days in a row once. Yeah, no, Wales is famously wet. But it is specifically the lack of sunshine in certain parts, which obviously lack of sunshine and large amounts of rain do go hand in hand, because if it rains a lot, it must be cloudy a lot. For example, people in some areas of Wales, people moving to some areas of Wales who have darker skin are then advised to take vitamin D supplements, because there really is sufficiently little sunshine that they're going to have a vitamin D deficiency. So yeah, it is definitely a thing. Right, does this... almost. I think the block just needs to be 1 step closer. No. What? Did I move the block the wrong way? No. I'm just bad at this apparently. Do I need 3 buttons? Is that why? Oh, no, this button isn't connected. That's why. There. Okay, yeah, this is timed wrong now. Oops. We'll get there, don't worry. By the way, apologies to Bagger if I completely butchered that spelling of that Welsh place. I know that W is a long U sound. I don't necessarily know the rest of Welsh pronunciation very well. I know double D is an F sound, and single F is a V sound, and that sort of thing. I think I do actually need 3 buttons on this, so I need another button here. Just do it like this instead. Tivago says, I don't even expect Welsh people to know how Welsh sounds works. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it does depend a bit on what part of Wales you're from as well. As in, people around Cardiff and Swansea and sort of the south of Wales, although they're taught Welsh in schools, they're less likely to be native Welsh speakers, as in that's what they speak at home. Whereas in the north, especially in the northwest, like in the Clym Peninsula, I think there are far more sort of fluent native Welsh speakers. That's my understanding of it. Having been on holiday in various parts of Wales, Pembrokeshire, it seemed like everybody just spoke English the whole time, whereas Clym Peninsula, it did seem like there were a lot more people there who struggled to speak English almost sometimes. Like they were bilingual, but they definitely preferred to speak Welsh. And their sort of default would be to speak Welsh to other people, which certainly made me feel much more like a tourist given I was only really a couple of hours from home. Okay, we finally managed to get the shape that we want out of this. Now we also need to eviscerate out just the top right corner of this section, except on the fourth one. So it's going to be a sort of like this. We're going to have another eviscerator that extends and retracts on the timer, but it's going to be on the other side. Debago says Mid and West Wales are more Welsh speakers, North and South East not so much. Okay, yeah, that sort of aligns with what I was thinking. Yeah, I suppose Clym Peninsula would be west rather than... Yeah, the north coast of Wales certainly not so much, and probably Anglesey not so much either. So if that needs to be one higher. We need one here. Oops. Ideally not floating. Like that. And then we just need to extend it to just lop off that corner. So we can set up a separate timer for that. I'm just wondering if it's at all practical to trigger both of these from the same timing circuit. Probably wouldn't have buried it under this shelf if I'd known that we'd need to do that. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Your 42nd flower, which is a devil's bit scabious. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I don't want to have multiple of these timing circuits cluttering up I know I've got a big area to build in, but still. I think I might just put one and have it more out in the open, so that we can attach more things to it. It needs to be the same size as this one. But if we keep it away from any walls, that will stop things getting stuck to it as well, which would be nice. If I move this back to, we can have these three buttons all be on this side, which will make things easier. Oops. Debago says, I'm from northeast Wales, 20 miles or so from the border, and there are very few people using Welsh. I really only know bits I have. Just the pronunciation down from place names. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I believe everybody in Wales is taught Welsh in school, but yeah, there was a historical emphasis on English and decline in use of Welsh, which has sort of been reversed now. The areas nearer the border are not using it as much. Hello, Leia, welcome in. So good to see you. Leia says, happy Saturday, I hope your day is going well. It's going okay, yes, I spent the day with family. My family have been ill. Well, some members of it have. But they're doing alright.
Leeks Tortilla has subscribed for the first time.
Leeks Tortilla, I'm afraid, is how the text-to-speech pronounces your name. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time at Tier 1. That's awfully generous of you, Leia. Thank you so much. All of your family is in Florida where the warmth is. Well, I hope they are all safe and well and having a good time. My family all live very locally, what's left of my family. I've never had much of an extended family. Like aunts and uncles and cousins and stuff. My family has always really just been me and my siblings and my parents and my grandparents when they were still alive. Not one of those who has big extended families. My parents both moved a long distance before they met and had children together. So what little extended family they have was on the other side of the country and we never really saw them. So I have small family. Leeks tortilla. Yes, could be leeks. Just an oniony tortilla. Yes, we'll go with that. You are a leek flavoured tortilla. But thank you so much for the sub. We are currently playing Infinifactory, which is a mind-bending block-based factory building puzzle game, which I'm determined to finish, no matter how much it's making me lose my mind. If you would like, you are welcome to use my Flower of the Day channel point redeem. For only 10 channel points, you can start your own wildflower garden. Every stream, you get a random new flower. What I need to do with this one is trigger it 3 times and then not trigger it the 4th time. So I need to place 4 buttons around this circuit in such places that they get hit by this block on its journey round. First one needs to be here. Let me actually put this on the hotbar. I get my hotbar set up properly, and then every time you start a new campaign, it resets the hotbar. So first one goes there. Thank you so much for redeeming a harebell as your flower of the day. Conveniently, harebell is actually the emote that the bot puts in when you do the redeem. So this is the harebell. Almost certainly my favourite flower, if I can ever decide on such a thing. No coincidence, it's the icon for my Discord server. It's also the icon if you subscribe for 2 whole years, which nobody's done yet because I haven't been an affiliate for 2 whole years. I wanted it to be my highest tier badge. Right, I think the timing is right on this. Leia spamming flower emotes. Well, now you're subscribed, Leia. You're not constrained by just using emojis. You can use my emotes. You can spam all of these flowers as well. Okay, that is actually 1 tick too late. It's to be here. Oops. There we go. Leia has found them. Right, and then the next one needs to be here, I think. Yeah. And then the next one needs to be here. We don't actually need that one. That was just for testing purposes. Let's do that. Yes, I have berries as well. So the berries are actually the bits tier badges. I think 1 bit is a blackberry, 100 bits is a strawberry, and 1,000 is a blueberry. But after I got some very generous gift donations, I unlocked many more emote slots than I had emotes. So I have the flowers. The flowers are supposed to be the sub badges, and the berries are the bits badges. But I have them as emotes as well to fill up the slots. I am getting more emotes. My artist is working on them at the moment. So soon there will be more Emmas to join the array of Emmas that I already have, such as these ones. Dibago says, funny the Gertrude flower one is facing the other way. Looks like she's give all the other flowers and is leading them in a flower salute. Yeah, it's... What one was it based on? It might have been Shania's. This is Shania's flower emote. I think I showed that to Loon as an example of what I wanted my flower emote to look like. So that's why I'm facing that way. I need to add the modify emote redeem so that people can flip the emote around. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, yeah, there we go. And now it leaves the last one of these. It doesn't eviscerate because that one is this one. So it needs both these monitors here need to stay in place. Oh, hang on. This this is mistimed now though because it's eviscerated the back of that. Hang on. What have we got wrong here? Ah, okay. This is... It's okay, that is easily fixable. Yes, Ophelia's cute little otter emote with flower has the flower on the other side. One, 2, 3, and... Okay, right, okay, finally. I wasn't expecting that to take 45 minutes to get right. I'm just going to very briefly pause because I will forget these things if I don't do them. Let me go into manage channel points. Modify a single emote. Let's not make it cost 900 points like Twitch wants me to. Let's make it cost 10 points because we want people to have fun with it. Oh, no, I'm not allowed to make it 10 points. It has to be at least 80. Well, that's just mean. What if I want people to have fun with my emotes? Okay, there is an 80 point, and then I might as well have choose sub emote to unlock as well so that non-subscribers can play around with the sub emotes. That also has to be 80 points apparently. Let's put that in. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I meant to do that off stream, but I never remember to do these things. People who are currently watching might have to refresh for the new rewards to show up. Right, we've successfully, what we've done so far is we've made this. So we've made these but without the extra bits on them. So I'm not sure if I want to add the extra bits next or if I want to weld them together. I think it makes more sense to weld them together next and then drop the bits in afterwards. So welding these three together should just be a case of pushing them together. I'll do it here because I'm not sure how much space I'll need. If I drop this down and then send it to the right, and have a welder set up here. That will make the back part if I arrange for 3 of them to be here and then bring that out. Emote stonks are high, says Divago. There we go. So that's the back part without the little levers in where they need to go. This one needs to be rotated and stuck onto this side. So how am I going to do that? What I think I probably want to do is detect. Yeah, if I detect the third one arriving here and use that to divert this one, via a pusher, which can be here. So attach this to a button here. Send this along here. Then we don't actually need to pull this out. We can pull it out when it's got the extra bit on it. And it sort of fits like, yeah, there's no block here in this corner. So it goes 2, 4, 6, and then yeah, this corner, there's nothing here in this corner basically. I need to drop it down so that it's positioned here, which will mean bringing it to here, rotating it, and then sending it there. And then how do I actually want to weld it? That part could be difficult. Actually, yeah, I don't think dropping it in from above is going to be possible because of welding. Let me just run this a moment. That didn't work. Oh, this is... Why is this not working? This button is being pressed. Oh, it's still going forward, that's why. Hang on. Wasting no time unlocking the reverse Emma flower emote. Very nice. There we go, that's what I wanted. So, does my little rotatey thing work? Oops. The next one started coming through. Yeah, I think my rotatey thing works in principle. Just... I do think I need to weld it from above. So I think I do need to bring this out to say here. So I can't. Yeah, I can't drop this. I can't push this from behind because it's got to sort of fit round it. LT Burgo says, "Are we streaming for an extra hour tonight, Emma?" Yeah, not sure why we would be, given that it's spring, so the night is 1 hour shorter, Tibago, not 1 hour longer. But also the clocks change at 2 a.m, and I'm sort of hoping to be done by then. I only stream for 4 hours normally. There's no plan to stream for an extra hour. I mean, it's definitely going to be at least one more stream to finish this game because look at it. We all need to go to bed 1 hour earlier. Well, yeah. Feel free to go 1 hour earlier if you wish. Personally, I'm planning to just sleep in an hour later because it's Sunday. But that's probably bad for my sleep pattern and my health. So I will not mind if you disappear an hour earlier. Leia says clock go forward tonight. Yes, so those of you in other parts of the world who either do not observe daylight saving time, or in the case of certainly America, I know observe theirs a few weeks off from me, which has actually been quite nice. It means the past 2 weeks I have been able to raid Verdsky on a Sunday, which I would not normally be able to do because normally she doesn't start her stream until 1 a.m. my time. But last 2 weeks she started it at midnight my time, so I was able to raid. We had a similar problem in October last year. Just those few weeks when East Coast isn't 5 hours behind. 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours behind. Normally East Coast is 5 hours behind, but then for a few weeks a year they aren't. And confusion happens. Leia says, I hate the spring one. The daylight part is nice. The losing an hour, not so nice. I completely agree. Okay, what am I going to do here? What if we take this... Let's take this further over. Rotate it here. And then bring it back. And then push it in from here. This is going to need to be here. This might work. Because now everything's coming in from the sides, so we can have welders on top to do the welding. And if we arrange for this corner piece to also show up at the same time, we should be able to weld it that way. Let's just make sure the pieces get into place first. All of North America, so United States and Canada, they don't all observe daylight savings, but when they do, they observe it a few weeks before we do. Yeah, there we go. So I want this to be here. They're currently not connected. You see, I can select them as two separate things, but this is the arrangement I want them in. That should match that. All I need to do now is drop 2 of this block into these 2 gaps and 1 of this block into this gap. And that's going to be the part where it actually welds together. So let's see. Can I bring this over with the right timing to drop it in here? I bring this right the way over here. LT Bago says, my ex used to work night shifts as an ICU nurse, and she always did it so she worked when the clocks went forward and was off when the clocks went back. Ah, so presumably you get a shorter shift and a longer shift if they go back. Do you still get paid the same amount for the shorter shift, or do you get like the equivalent of an hour less pay for working an hour less? If you get paid the same, that's definitely an interesting trick to pull. Right, hang on. Yeah, this is the very end of this. So does this get here at the right time? It's going to get there too fast, isn't it? Oh, well, okay. This conveyor is not supposed to move. How did I... Oh, I... What is this? How did I do that? Let's do that again, but properly. Right, so now they can't drop down because the conveyor's in the way. Okay, so we need to leave a little hole here. Fair enough, I can do that. Got paid the same, which being an NHS nurse visit wasn't enough. Yeah, no, there are problems with the NHS. My mother describing her experience in A&E on Thursday further cements my feelings in that regard. We just... it's not the NHS's fault. They are all very hard-working. We need a government that prioritises funding public services. That's all. Right, this piece doesn't actually get here in time, which is a problem. I would like for that piece to please get there in time. What can we do? Can we maybe drop it here? And it hasn't got so far to travel. If we get this timing exactly right, it might actually... Ah, look at that! We got the timing right. Okay, so that falls into place. I can't help but notice it's the wrong way round, though. It's supposed to be facing outwards, and it's not facing outwards, it's facing inwards. That's a problem. Best not to start down that road or we'll get to... Is that another emote that you're requesting, Tibago? Gertchie rant. I'm wondering if I should actually just turn this round now, because it needs to face that way to output anyway. So at some point we need to turn it round. And I guess it might as well be now. So when it comes off of here, we could just do this. And then it would be facing like this. Does that make this bit harder though? Actually no, it doesn't make it harder, it just means we need to send it the other way. So I need to swap where this pusher is. That's okay, that's doable. Push it this way instead. Hook it up to the button. Same as before. LT Bago says, I told you not to steal my imaginary Gertchie emotes. Well, the problem is, T-Bago, that I am Gertchie, so I own the rights to my own likeness. If you make an emote of me, but you don't have my approval to do it, then you are using my likeness. I don't think you can DMCA me for making an emote of myself. Just because you had the idea first That doesn't give you a copyright. Having an idea would give you a patent, not a copyright. So you'd have to try and patent the idea of having a Gurchy emote. In which case I would point you to the prior art of all the other Gurchy emotes. So unless your patent was specifically for Gurchy having a rant, which to be fair is something that Gurchy does a lot, so it would probably be ruled as too obvious to patent because I rant so much. So we now actually need to rotate this 180 degrees in order to, because it was rotating 90, but now we've rotated this 90 degrees, now we have to rotate this 180 degrees so that it's the right way around to attach here. Then we need to bring it here and drop it into place. LT Bago says, I hope the other people in the hotel can't hear me giggling like an idiot. Well, just they'll probably think, what on earth are they watching? And probably Infinifactory would not be the first thing that comes to mind. Okay, right, we've managed to get this in the right place on this side. This has the advantage that now this little gap where this block needs to fall into is much closer to this, so we have plenty of time to get it into position. I think we actually still need to rotate it. Yeah, I don't know why this machine is outputting it this way round, when that's literally the worst possible way to output it. Like, it could either send it out the way round it needs to be, which is facing towards us this way, or it could send it out to match the way that this comes out, which is facing us this side. But instead, they do this. And the problem with this, because you might think, oh, well, we can just rotate it. When you have a piece that's only one block, when you have a multi-block piece, you can rotate it just by having a rotator and then having a conveyor next to it. So this is going to hit the rotator and then spin. And then this conveyor under it will move it away. But if you only have one block, the block is just going to spin in place and then not move until the next block pushes it off. So can we afford to wait a whole cycle for this block to come in? We probably can. It just means the machine is going to be slightly slower than it would have been. But I don't care. The machine's slightly slower. It's not going to be a fast solution anyway. T-Packer is doing some spinning. I need to get a Gurchy spin. You're not allowed to claim copyright on that, T-Bagger. I definitely need a Gurchy spin emote. Okay, that is now right. So now we need to not drop this. We need to slide it in so that we can use a welder that's on top. Actually means we can't drop this in either. How's this going to work? Hello, Liari. Have you been lurking and unlurking again? Yeah, how is this going to work? Because we can't weld it from above because we just dropped this in from above, but you literally have to drop this in from above because it's surrounded on all sides by blocks. And there's no other way to get this in here other than to drop it from above. So, I suppose we could put a conveyor under this, have it shove the whole thing over to an area where there's welders. Yeah, that would work. Okay. Let me move it further away from this, and in fact let me line it up with the exit. That makes the most sense. So we put this here, conveyor here. This now needs to drop there. No, there. This needs to come in here. That. Then we can just stick a conveyor here and have it keep going. LT Bago says, filthy lurkers just there lurking, being the backbone of all of Twitch. It's not disgusting, T-Bago. Lurkers are very, very valued, especially when they are awesome penguins like the Ari. In fact, just to show how valued the Ari is, let me do a shout out. The RE77, who does crosswords and other word nerd type of things, and is also a penguin. So there we go. Right, this conveyor should bring the whole thing out with all the pieces in place. Yes, okay, and then we can have welders above it. Like here, to do the actual connection of these three pieces. So we'd need welders in this configuration, I think. Yes. So you see, as soon as the welders fire, this the selection cursor over this object turns into one big object, showing that it's all been welded together. Now the last thing we need to do is drop these blocks into these two gaps. These blocks are also coming out rotated wrong, so I'm going to stick a rotator in to fix that. Now, how is the timing looking? Can we drop them in? I think we can drop them in now while it's waiting here for this piece to arrive. That probably makes the most sense. So that means they can come in from above, which is good. They need to come in here. But we need two of them in different places. So actually what we want is something like this with a button. This arrangement is something we've used a lot in this game. Button here, pusher here, so that as soon as two of them show up, they both get pushed over onto there. T-Bago says, I lurk in 90% of the streams I watch, only a couple I'm chatting. Well, I'm very glad that this is one of the ones that you're chatty in, T-Bago. It can be very quiet when you're not here sometimes, because, yes, lots of lurkers, not many chatters. You and Ophelia are the main chatters in my stream. Okay, that's not quite right. We need like that. You only earn... yes. T-Bago has discovered a lot of the same streamers that I have. I assume due to being in raids when I raid them. So there have been a couple of occasions when I've been watching a streamer and then suddenly LT Bagger was there. And I thought, what? Why is LT Bagger watching? And then I realised, oh yeah, because I raided them last week. I need to remember that once I raid a streamer, that means that my viewers know about them. If there's any streamers I want to keep to myself, I need to not raid there. Hang on, are these blocks just falling off when we move it? Because that's a problem. Okay, this makes no sense according to the laws of physics. Why would these blocks stay behind and not get moved with the rest of it? But that does mean we actually need to weld them here. Fortunately, unlike this angled block, which was completely surrounded, these blocks are actually accessible from the front, so we can put welders at the front. Well, this is the thing, T-Bagger, you probably watch all sorts of weird Mundful streamers, but we don't know what they are, and we will never find out unless you start streaming and raid them. Okay, finally, after an hour and a quarter, we've made the product. Let me get rid of all this stuff so I can output it. Oops, that's not conveyor. Now I get to find out whether my machine actually works for more than one cycle. Because it needs to keep working. So how's the timing on this second cycle? Ah, yeah, look, it doesn't work for more than one. The timing on this second cycle is off. So the first one it makes is going to be correct, but the second one is a bit wrong. Yeah, oops. Okay, well we've made one. Why is this not working? So this needs to be retracting just as that comes in. So is it not? No, it isn't. Ah, okay. We made this conveyor the wrong length. Did we make it too long or too short? This was late, wasn't it? So we made it too long. Okay. So we need to chop a bit off the end. But the problem with doing that is now this pushes this out. So this needs to be here. And these need to be... I was trying to avoid having ones at the end, but I think I'll have to. These need to be here now. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, I think it's working now. I think this is synchronized correctly. So now it should make, yeah, that one. Okay, good. Is it going to make a second one of these? Once you've made two correctly, that usually means you've passed the level. Okay, good. We've made two correctly. Wait, no. What is that? Why is that on the conveyor? What's going on? Why are you here? How did that happen? That was one of these. Don't tell me this machine is outputting those at the wrong rate. So there's one for that one. Here's the second one. It is, yeah, this machine isn't running at the same speed as this machine. Well, that's annoying. Okay, so we can't just drop it off here, then we have to make it triggered by the... this is going to be annoying. We have to only push it off when the other piece is in position to receive it, which I know. Well, yes, unfortunately, Matcha, it decided to show up at that moment. Okay, we can detect this arriving by having a downward facing button here and connecting that to this down here. Like that. So now this piece will only be allowed to come off here when... oh no. It has to get there first, of course. Okay, we actually need to move this button over then. To here. Game, why you do this? Game, why you do this? Why you do this game? What happens if I move this rotator to like here? I can't really complain when a puzzle game that's supposed to be hard turns out to be hard. Like, if they just made the game easier, then that would defeat the point of trying to make a hard puzzle game. And I could have just played an easy puzzle game. But why would I make my life easy when I could make my life difficult? That doesn't sound like Emma. It's just not quite getting... because it gets stuck on this rotator, it just doesn't quite get there in time for this. Which is a problem. We could make it work in reverse. So we could have it be one of these. And then have it be moved out the way when the thing is ready to accept it. Like that. Okay, that works. But does it keep working? Yeah, so now this is blocked off, so it can't go down until that's there. Okay. Second one works. What about third? No. Still doesn't work. Okay, this is... why is this not synchronized with the other thing? The entire game, these pieces have been synchronized, and now they're not. And I don't want... I could try messing with the input rate, but if I mess with the input rate now, I've got to redo this entire timing circuit, and I really don't want to. So... I could attach this... yeah, I could hook this up to the same timing circuit, actually. That would work, I think. So let's move this rotator back over here so that it's everything coming down here is correct. And then let's have a blocker here. And let's connect well, let's find out when in the cycle we want to release the block, which is about here. Okay. So if we have... I think we need to open it for 2 ticks, so 2 buttons here on this same circuit. Bring this all the way over here. Yeah, so that this retracts at just the right moment that we want to allow this. Oh, no, it needs to be 3 ticks, not 2, apparently. Third button. There we go. Okay, so now, no matter what, only one of these should be able to come through for each one of these, because the machine that makes these and the machine that allows these through are operating off the same timing circuit, which is this block over here. So as this block goes round, each time this block goes round this loop once, it's pressing all these different buttons to control different parts of the machine to keep everything in time, and it's still not working. So what the hell? What's going on? Thanks, Matcha. Did Matcha, presumably you were in her Into Birds stream the other night. Unfortunately, I had to go to bed, but did she write a song about Mike Theroney? Mike Theroney being the viewer who gave me an incredibly generous gift subscription, and I think also gave How Into Birds a similarly large gift subscription, hence prompting the song. Right, up till now it's going okay. What goes wrong at this point? Yeah, that one's... Wait. What? She doesn't like it that much, but I like it. Oh, I'm sure it's lovely, Matcha. I'll have to watch the VOD back when I have time and listen to it. Did Mike Theroney like it? Oh, no, this bit isn't working either. This also needs to be on the same timer, because the machine. This machine is not synchronized with that other machine, so both these blocks are coming out too fast. It doesn't have a name like mine does. Okay, well, I'm sure it's still lovely. Let me put this here so that if there's too many blocks coming, it doesn't matter. I'll need 2 pushers here. Hopefully this is the last component I have to build. Need to hook this up to some sort of timer as well. I don't know if it's going to be the same timing as this. I think it can be the same timing as this. So just connect it to this. Actually, if I just connect it to that, I can do it from here. Just connect this to this. This is starting to get complicated, this factory. No. Oh, is this now a problem because the second one doesn't show up in time? Yes. Okay. It can't be on the same circuit as this, because then the first cycle is too early. Let's put a button here and maybe run it off of that. So there, and then we need these 2 wires need to not connect to each other, because otherwise it will go with the wrong timing. If these 2 wires connected, then any time either of the buttons was pressed, the whole thing would be active, which would be bad. That's still not right. Yeah, no, it needs to be later than that. Here maybe? this wire is going all over the place now. It needs to get to this button. Let's just put it round the edge like that. Okay, I think it's working. I think. Okay, that's 2. Can we make 3? That's 3. That's 4. Okay, I think it's working now. Let's run it a bit faster. It doesn't have to work forever, but it does have to work for at least 10 cycles. Phew, okay. Well, once again, we seem to have massively overcomplicated our solution. Average seems to be about 140 blocks, and we needed 260. So I'm intrigued to know how people did it more simply. And also, yeah, the average was faster. I'm pretty sure it would work perfectly well with a faster input rate. But I would have to go back and read all the timings. And I don't want to go back and read all the timings. So we're going to take that solution and live with it. Okay. Well, that was an hour and a half. So if we're continuing at that rate for the rest of the stream, we might get one more puzzle done. Laser calibration target. Let's see what this looks like. Interesting. Okay, so it's another painting puzzle. We have the white painter and the red painter. We need to paint the whole thing white and then put one red dot on it, I think, is what we're getting at here. So this is going to output that, which I guess is the right size. Yeah, 7 by 5. There is a big difference between this and the previous painting level. The previous painting level had a stack of white painters in a vertical stack like this. So you just had to slide this past it and it would paint the whole thing. This time we only have this one painting block, which implies we have to sort of bring this past in a sort of zigzag. If you imagine this being static and we were going to paint it and we could only paint one block at a time, we would have to do something like this to paint the whole thing. So we're going to have to be doing that movement, except rather than holding the block still and moving the painter, we have to hold the painter still and move the block. But that's the sort of motion we need. And then we need to put a red dot on it afterwards. That bit should be a bit easier, I think. Not sure why I was whiffed at there. Oh, you're challenging that matcha is lovely. Well, I think that was uncalled for, Tibago. I think all my viewers are lovely, especially matcha and especially Leo as well. Leo is also lovely. And I will not hear anything to the contrary. Okay, so I don't think we need to rotate it. I think it's okay to come out this way round. But we do need to slide it this way a bit because we need to start painting from this edge. So if I slide it like 2 blocks, is that far enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, 3 blocks we need to slide it so that we can start painting from the edge. Seems like a logical thing to do. So that comes down there, and then yeah. So now we've positioned the painter in the top left corner. Now we need to somehow move this in a sort of zigzag motion. First thing we have to do is how do we lift it up? The obvious answer is with a lifter. That does paint one strip of it. The issue is, in order to get it back down again, we'd have to remove the lifter. So we're going to end up with some mechanism a bit like we had last time we did a painting level. To slide this lifter in and out. We also need to move it along, which would seem to be best done by having a conveyor on the top. So like that. Obviously now it's going to slide the whole way out, but the idea is we pull the lifter out after it's only slid across one block, and then it drops down again, and then we put the lifter back in again, and then we take it out and we repeat. So we need to be sliding this lifter in and out on a timer. So let's see if we can do that. Put it here to start with. For sure. Actually, I think we need a block. Yeah, it needs to be normally out, but then we need to retract it. So that makes sense. Then we need to connect that to a timing circuit. Also the timing circuit needs to not be in the way of the this thing coming in. So we need it to be over here. We actually only need to... It's 5 blocks tall, isn't it? Let me see if I can figure out the timing of this. So 5, lift it up takes 4 ticks. Move it across takes 1 tick, down 4 ticks. Yeah, okay, so I think this needs to be a 10 tick cycle. So 5 and 5. Leia says, I work with high-risk teenagers. I'm called a great many things. Lovely is not a usual one.
Leaks Tortilla just redeemed drink quarter for 100 points.
Thank you, Leaks Tortilla. I'm surprised the TTS can't pronounce tortilla. It can pronounce blowhigh, but not tortilla. Thank you for redeeming drink water. I think I needed it. Can I just say thank you for doing what you do? You are amazing and valuable, and I could never do that. So I am very, very grateful that you do. Thank you. Tibago says, working with people with problems is a lovely thing to do. I'm sure it's both challenging and rewarding. Yeah, it can be very, very challenging. Leia says, I love my job. I'm one of the adults they typically like, so it's not always bad. If you're one of the ones they like, then that's probably a sign you're doing it right, Leia, so that's good. That's very good. If you like them, if they like you, that usually means that you're treating them like human beings. Which sometimes they are not, and that is good. As I say, it's not something I could ever do. So my plan here is to have a block on a track as a timer, like we so often do. But actually... Yeah, thinking about it, the lifter needs to be there half the time and not there half the time. So I actually need like 4 buttons on this thing, I think. Let's see if I'm right or if that's complete nonsense. Hello, Pleblu. I'm going to instinctively sit up as soon as I see your name, even before the shrimp check comes in. Pleblu says, "Are we shrinking? Sorry, I mean shrimping." I mean, they're sort of the same thing, aren't they? Because if you sort of bend over and hunch down, you do get shorter. So you're sort of shrinking. Shrinking while you're shrimping. Leia says, "I'm with the school board now. Before landing there, I was in corrections with young offenders, in treatment centres, group homes, hospitals. So I mean, by and large, it's a fair bit easier now." Yes, if you're dealing with the ones who are in school and not in prison, then yeah, that's those are hopefully slightly easier cases. But you have a huge amount of respect from me, regardless, Leia. The machine is moving me. I do not want to be moved by the machine. How is my timing on this? My timing on this is almost exactly backwards. So let's put this block on this side instead. No, that's not right. There. I need this to come back just as the machine, yeah, just as it goes like that. So it needs to go up 5 blocks, well, up 4 blocks to there. Then it needs to slide over 1, but then the lifter has been removed, so then gravity takes over and it comes back down. But as soon as it reaches the bottom, the lifter should slide back under and bring it up again. Okay, I think it's working. So if I now let this run... okay. Well, the idea is we paint the whole block. We appear to have painted most of it. I don't think we're going to get away with this submission. This is not the best paint job I've ever seen. Why? The first time it went through, it only moved 1 block. But then it moved 2 blocks. Like here, it moved 1 block. But then it moved 2 blocks. Why? Once again, game, why you do this? Why does it work the first time and not the second time? I was so sure that this was going to work. Looks almost like Japan's flag. Well, it will do when it's finished, except I think the circle on Japan's flag is a bit bigger than that. Maybe it's not actually 10 ticks. Let me count the ticks. So from the moment it hits here. So that's 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, but what? No, 1 was bringing it here. So it's actually 9. Yeah, it's a 9 tick cycle. Yeah, because we're not actually moving it at the bottom, are we? Right, yeah. What I've actually programmed it to do is this. So it doesn't move while it's at the bottom. That does make it less efficient because it's going to take longer to do the whole thing. But more importantly, it's a 9 tick cycle. Which is no good because this is 10, but also you can't really make this be an odd number. It's got to be an even number if you've got a block going round in a loop. So we need to have... Can I just put a conveyor here and have that do it? It needs to move while it's at the bottom as well, because that's an extra tick. Oh, but then it... Because I'm thinking from the bottom we go 1, 2, 3, 4 up, and then across, that's 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 down, that's 9, and then across, that's 10. But that only works if it actually has time to go across while it's at the bottom, which it might not do. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 to there, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this. Do we just make it 1 tick later? Does that work? No, because if we make it 1 tick later, it starts lifting it while it lifts it here, and that's no good. Can I prevent that by having something here? There's a height restriction, so it doesn't lift when it goes through there. Okay, that's not right either. Now it's not doing, it's doing it consistently at least, but it's still doing 2 at the top. Yeah, it needs to retract. Yeah, but that means putting it back here, so that it only stays at the top for 1 tick. This is harder than I thought. I suppose there's no harm in delaying it at the bottom if it doesn't move. I'm going to try making this circuit longer, see what effect that has. Oh, well, we still need to time the start correctly. Okay, go there. No, that's going to make it worse. Yeah, that's going to make this gap 3 blocks instead of 1 block. So that doesn't help. We've done just about everything except the right thing at this point. What if we, instead of having an external timing circuit, we actually trigger it based on where this is in the cycle? So that can stay extended until it gets here. So if we have a sensor here connected to this, oh, then it won't fall. We're relying on this falling down 1 block, which is not going to happen if it's connected to something. Yeah, that's not going to work either, because it's just going to bounce up and down forever now. Which is also not what I want. I would like it to actually finish at some point. Sorry everybody, I thought this game might be easier. I don't know why I thought that. Nothing about what I've seen so far would suggest that this game was going to be easy, but I naively thought it anyway. Well, we're painting every column now. I've painted every column, I've just only painted the first 3 rows. Is that better or worse? I'm not sure. So the problem is as soon as it loses contact with that button, it comes back. Anything we can do about this? So this is correctly triggering it to move this out of the way. But it needs to stay out of the way until it's dropped back down, which it won't do because the button will be released. Let me think about this for a moment. The fundamental problem I've got is I need to create a circuit that's an odd number of ticks, like a timer that's an odd number of ticks. So this, for example, this is 4 ticks. If I was to put a button here, and let's just attach something to it for the sake of argument, put a block here. This pusher is going to go every 4 ticks. So cycle 14 it extends on, and then cycle 18, and then cycle 22, and 26, and so on and so forth. If I make this any longer, this is now every 6 cycles. So cycle 2, cycle 8, cycle 14, and so on. So can I somehow make one of these that has an odd number of steps? Like just going, like if I did something like this, oops. This doesn't help, this is still 8, so it's still an even number. So 3, and then 11, and then 19, that's 8. El Tibago says, count block that moves the travelator out of the way so it's not moved when it's not meant to. I have no idea what I'm saying, this game breaks my brain. Well, I'm thinking, I'm going to try some different things here. That's why I've come over here and built this. I'm going to try different things here to see what works. What I'm thinking is, can I have something that blocks the cube from going round, and then have a button to release it? Does this delay the cube for 1 tick? Oops. Obviously don't let it fall in the middle. So if we start the cube here, so this extends on tick number 2. Okay, and when it gets back round, it is tick number 11 that it extends on. Okay, so this is a 9-tick circuit. So having this mechanism here does delay it by 1 tick. So I think the answer is to build something like this down here. So let's try that. So once again we want this and this. No, we want one of these here. Have it out of the way. So have 4 buttons as before. And I think I wanted it to be... Did I want it to be 9 or... 10 was... 10 didn't work, did it? Oops, okay. Helps if you get the timing right. Hang on.
LT Bago just redeemed drink quarter for 100 points.
Thank you, LT Bago, redeeming drink water.
LT Bago just redeemed stretch for 100 points.
Oh, hang on. Didn't connect these. I was wondering why that was making no sense. Here. We get the timing right on this to start with. Okay, so that goes up. When it hits the top, it goes along one and down, and then it goes back up. But yeah, now it's off. Yeah, so I need a. This is a 10 tick, and I need a 9 tick. So we shorten it, but then we put in this mechanism we've come up with that extends it by 1 tick, making it 9 again. So that. Oops. No, that. Now I have no idea where the block is supposed to be. Don't worry, T-Bago, I will drink water and stretch in just a moment. But I do want to see if this works first. I mean, it's close. We've painted 80% of it.
LT Bago just redeemed read
from Botany book for 1,000 points. Cuckoo flower, also known as Lady Smock, Mayflower, or Milkmaids. Thank you, LT Bago, for redeeming read from Botany book. Is there any way to save this? Is it just a timing problem now? Oh yeah, it's not moving at the top, so it needs to be later. No, wait. No, this isn't right either. No. Over here. Oh, that, you can't even start it there because the thing just, yeah. Start it there. Okay. Is it any easier if you paint it long ways? Okay, so LT Bago is suggesting that we do... where's my drawing tool? Rather than going up and down as we are doing, we do something like this. I think it's going to be just as difficult, but horizontally instead of vertically. You would still need conveyor to move horizontally and lifter to move vertically. So I think you would have the same problem, because it's also an odd number of spaces. The dimensions are odd in both directions, so yeah. Less cycles. Well, it would be more. Yeah, each cycle would be longer, but there would be fewer cycles. It doesn't actually matter how many cycles there are, Like if I can make it do the right thing twice, then it can do the right thing as many times as it needs to. Like if it got the first 2 columns right, and then it got the 3rd column right. So if 2 full cycles, then it would go as long as it needed to. It's just it's only doing 4 right now, which is a problem. Let me try it with an 11 cycle instead of 10. See if that makes any difference. Okay, now that's back to that again. What about an 11 cycle with another button on it? Oh, and actually timed properly as well. Oh, hang on. Yes, we did it! We painted it white! It's broken now. But look, we painted one white. Look! Look! It's not even finished yet. Yeah, we've still got to figure out how to put the red dot. Oh, look, it's going completely wrong now. This is not right. We did it. I'm taking that as a win. We managed to paint the whole thing white. Let's do some botany. Forget about it for a bit. See, I do know what I'm talking about sometimes, I promise. Not at all that I had to try it every possible way until I found the way that worked. Okay, first of all we have drink water and stretch. Excuse me. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, I don't pull the most attractive faces when I'm stretching. Don't try this stretch yourself, by the way. It only works if you're hypermobile. LT Wago says, maybe I should have held off on hydrate. That's a whole glass in 20 minutes. No, here on Emma Stream, we are dedicated to our hydration. We are nothing if not dedicated. Sorry, I wish I had more hair. You can see the problem. The clip doesn't actually have anything to clip onto most of the time. It's a bit unfortunate. If you're going to transition, try and do it as early in life as you can before your hair disappears. Be my advice. Oh. Stretch. Sorry, you can't actually see what stretch I'm doing, but I promise I'm stretching. Okay. Hello, Hazel. Welcome to whatever nonsense this is. Hope you're having a great weekend, Hazel. Thank you for dropping in. Hazel says, my wife would agree with you. On what, Hazel? On stretching? or on the hair thing? LT Vago says, if I could swap hair, I would. You would be far more grey, though. I am going grey. I know you can't see it on camera, but I do have the odd grey hair in there. My eyebrows are actually roughly 50% grey hairs at this point, so it's happening. Yes, transition in life as early as you can. I mean, it sounds obvious when you say it, but when you consider a complete lack of access to gender-affirming care on the National Health Service and the social stigma of trying to go through transition and the archaic requirement where you have to live as your preferred gender for at least a year before you can access any treatment, which is a daunting prospect, which I was only able to pass that requirement by circumventing it also almost by doing it during lockdown when nobody saw me for a year. If you ignore all that, then yeah, transition as early as you can, obviously. Anyway, I won't let this turn into a rant, I promise. Hello, Verdsky! Welcome in. You're just in time for our botany redeem. That was great timing, Verdsky. Hello also to Alex Zoot. Hope you are having a fantastic weekend, both of you. We are just about to learn about cuckoo flower, courtesy of LT Bago and his channel point redeem. I have my giant botany books ready. Let's find cuckoo flower, which has a lovely name and is also one of my favourite flowers, I think. Not my absolute favourite, that's definitely harebell, but cuckoo flower is up there. You love when I get out the big books. Yes, this is the most fun part of the stream. So I don't have an emote for cuckoo flower, but it is on my start screen. You can't really see it. It's hiding behind the chat. This is the cuckoo flower here on my start screen. But yeah, I will show you a proper photo of it in just a moment. Going to find it in the book first. But yes, if it's on my start screen, then that's a good sign that it's one of my favourite flowers. Flower is in the other book. Oh, Hazel says flowers. Yes, Hazel. So. If all my emotes and my sub badges and my start screen were not already a giveaway, I am a botanist and I love flowers. And for 1,000 channel points, you can request that I get out my giant botany book and read about a British wildflower of your choice. And if you don't know any British wildflowers, because maybe you don't live in Britain, then that's fine. You can also just choose a random page number and I do it that way. Anyway, cuckoo flower. Let's get a picture up. Hazel says very loudly, "Oh man, how did not know you're a botanist? That is so cool." I agree, it is cool. Yes. So well, that's. As far as you guys are concerned, I'm mostly a puzzle game streamer, but I am also a botanist. And so far in my streaming career, it's been winter, and all the plants have been dead or hibernating for the winter. And I haven't been able to get out and take photos of them and show them off and generally do botany stuff because it's been too cold and dark and miserable. But we are getting into the spring. All being well, my first field recording session of the year will be tomorrow. I won't be putting together a full botany stream for another month or so. I'm still going to be doing puzzle game streams. But once we get towards the summer, and I've had time to go out and get enough photos and video footage and stuff of a nature reserve, I will actually do a full dedicated botany stream where I actually go over the whole field recording process and show you how to identify plants and what you can expect to see at this time of year and all that stuff, which will be very cool. Tomorrow basically I'll start the stream with like a 15-minute segment of me typing up my recording sheets for the day. So you'll be able to see what the recording sheets look like and how the whole process works. And you'll get to celebrate with me if we end up adding anything new to the database. Anyway, sorry, I have just brought up a picture of cuckoo flower. I now need to actually put it on the screen. There we go. You usually have to request a flower before 2 hours or T-Bagger will do it. True, but can you request to redeem multiple times or only one? I think it's only one. But I would give, since you always do it, T-Bagger, I would give priority to someone else if they wanted to do it. Hazel says, the first thing I ever wanted to be was a botanist. I ended up not doing it, but I've never forgotten that love of plants. That's so lovely, Hazel. I will clarify that my botany work is voluntary, so my day job is IT. I'm a software developer. I'm a trans girl, so obviously I'm a software developer. That's just what happens. No, but so that's I make a living doing IT because there's jobs, and then in my spare time I do my actual passion, which is botany, and I like that way. I like it that way. I think there are jobs in botany, but not many, so it's a lot easier. Yes. I didn't want to make assumptions, Hazel, but I had a feeling maybe that would be the case. You just you got the blowhigh, and you're a software developer, and there's just a lot of the memes are accurate, unfortunately. But yes, so. A typical summer day for me is I work in IT from 9 till 5:30, and then the moment I finish work, I go and drive to whatever area I've decided to survey that day, and then the rest of the evening until it gets dark, so 2 to 3 hours, I am recording. And then I get home, and then I eat my dinner, and then I type up my records, and then it's time to go to bed. So that's all my life is in the week during the summer. It's pretty packed. And then at the weekends, I will do longer recording sessions where I'll go during the day rather than in the evening. That allows me to do areas that are too remote or just would take too long to do in an evening. So I will be, in a month's time, I will be putting my Friday streams on hold. I'm hoping to get to 1 million points in Dwarf first, and then put my streams on hold. That would be a nice milestone if I can line that up. And Friday evenings I will be out, and then on the weekend days, I will prepare some botany content to do on one of my streams, which will probably be the Saturday stream, because Sunday will still be viewer requests, and then viewer requests on Sunday will continue. I'll still play puzzle games. Anyway, let's talk about flowers. Tibago insists I would program better with some programming socks. Quite possibly, although not on stream. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tibago. I know there is some other, I'm not that sort of streamer. I know there's some other streamers you watch who are that sort of streamer, and that's fine, but I'm not. I mean, at least I have facecam at all. I mean, most streamers in my position don't even put the facecam on, which I honestly don't blame them for, because, they're... But I want to show things off physically, like my giant book and stuff, so I sort of have to. Cuckoo flower. Look at it. Look how pretty cuckoo flower is. It's really, really pretty, and it's out at the moment. It is a spring flower. A perennial herb of wet grassy places on moderately fertile, seasonally waterlogged soils in woodlands, wet meadows, fens and thrushes. In upland areas, it is also found in rush pasture and bryophyte-rich springs. It occasionally persists in public and private gardens and lawns. It is morphologically and cytologically variable, many clones reproducing by rooting from the leaves. Yeah, so if you see a patch of them, they can often be genetically the same. It's interesting, actually, that the book doesn't mention road verges. Usually if a plant is found on road verges, then the book will mention that. Where I live, it's quite common on road verges. Only if it's a wet area, but still. So, kind of surprised that's not mentioned. There has been no overall change in the distribution of this species since the 1960s. Although many of its lowland habitats have been lost, it is resistant to some herbicides and can be one of the few herbs that persists in semi-improved pastures. So yeah, there is a trend, certainly in southern England, to take what would once have been wildflower meadows and just turn them into just monocrop, like just grass, by the use of artificial herbicides that kill everything else apart from the grass, which may well be more efficient for farming purposes, but is a huge loss to our biodiversity. Cuckoo flower is one of the least affected by that process. It does still survive sometimes in what used to be wildflower meadows. It's still a bad thing, though. So yes, good news, it's not a threatened plant, which is lovely given how beautiful it is. It is found pretty much everywhere in Britain and Ireland. I will get a distribution map up for you now to show you. Matcha Catcher says 0% bird, 100% beautiful. Yes, it is a flower, not a bird, Matcha. Sorry if you were expecting a bird. You might be in the wrong stream. I'm a botanist, not an ornithologist. Matcha asks, why was a red panda in the corner? Matcha, where are you seeing a red panda? I'm not seeing a red panda, Matcha. Okay, let me get the distribution map up. Obviously, Hazel, you might not have seen this before. Well, if you didn't know as a botanist, you definitely haven't seen this before. So there is a UK and Ireland-wide recording project tracking the distribution of all wildflowers, as well as some invasive species, run by BSBI, which is the Botanical Society of Britain and Ireland. And their database is not fully accessible to the public, but these maps are accessible to the public. You can go to bsbi.org/maps. And you can type in any wildflower. You can do the Latin name or the common name, and you can get a little map of where it can be found, which is obviously the result of many years of hard work by many botanists. Without doxing myself too much, I live in North Somerset, which is this area here. And you will notice there is quite a concentration of cuckoo flowers here. So it's definitely a local flower for me. Hazel says, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry at that time." Don't worry, Hazel, we don't mind. Thank you for being cute. As Tibago says, there is never a bad time to be cute. Yeah. So this is an example of one of these distribution maps, and just to show Hazel what I do with my free time, if I set this to a very common plant such as stinging nettles, which grow absolutely everywhere. The map is color-coded according to when the plant was last recorded. So a darker colour means it was recorded more recently. So if I just switch to the highest resolution here, every one of these dots means that somebody has been there and seen the plant and recorded that it was there during that time range. You can see there's like a key here. So the darkest colour, the dark brown, is since 2020. The lighter colours are further back, and if there's no filled in colour at all, then it means either the plant isn't there, or more likely for nettle, that just nobody has been there to go and look at it. And the point is, you see this sort of triangular blob of dark colour here. That's happened since 2020. That's mostly me. So this is the area around where I live, and each one of these dots means that I've been there and I've surveyed the area to see what grows. And on the scale of the whole of the UK, it's quite a small blob, but it's my blob and I'm proud of it. And you can see I am not the only active botanist in the UK, fortunately. There are lots of other dark areas where recording has been happening, but there are also lots of areas where there is not really much happening. You'll notice here that this area seems suspiciously lacking in nettles. And you'll also notice you can very clearly see the boundaries between Devon, Cornwall and Somerset as well. And that's not because nettles don't want to cross the county border, it's because that county doesn't have such an active botany organisation. I am very fortunate in North Somerset. There's myself, but there's also the county recorder, Dr. Crouch, who I have been working with for many years, without whom I would never have got into botany. So yes, some parts of the country, and then, for example, Central Wales, partly because no one really lives there anyway. There's not much going on there. But thank you, Hazel, for your kind words. I mean, everything has to be seen in perspective. I mean, the Americans will be quick to point out that the entirety of Britain and Ireland would fit comfortably inside Texas. So, obviously, I'm sure America has botany as well, but it will not have been surveyed down to quite the same level of detail, given that it's all voluntary. Hazel says, I didn't ever consider that a person could just go out and do botany. I mean, well, you need three things, really. You need a map, so that you know where it is you saw the plants. And if you're not already an expert, then you need some sort of identification guide, so you can tell what the plants are. And then you need a pen and paper to write down what plants you see. That's really all there is to it. You know, if you step outside your door and there's some weeds growing in the verge opposite you, then you write down what they are. You've done botany. The more tricky part of it is persuading a national group of some sort to accept your records. Generally speaking, if anyone is free to send records to the county recorder, and then they will review them and possibly add them to the database. But yeah, the average person can't just add records directly to the database. Even I can't. All my records have to go and be checked by the county recorder, although these days the check is more sort of a quick glance at them and yeah, that looks all right, because I have been doing this for over 15 years now. But yes, you can't just start writing down random rare plants and say, look, I found all these. They would ask for photos as evidence and that sort of thing. But it is absolutely something that it is entirely reliant on volunteers. So it is absolutely something that people can do. You have to have some sort of local organisation, which I am fortunate to have in North Somerset. There's the Somerset Rare Plants Group and the Cam Valley Wildlife Group, both of whom do plant recording. And I would go out every week with them and help with their recording efforts until 2020, when, of course, COVID happened. And when COVID happened, I was like, well, we can't meet as a group anymore because that's not legally allowed. So I'll go out on my own and record. And I never stopped. So that big blob that you saw, that's just since 2020. More specifically, it's since the third week of March 2020 when the lockdown came in. Hazel says, sounds like you really need to build a wealth of knowledge. I mean, I don't know everything. And the knowledge you do build tends to be very local, if you like. I know a lot about the plants of North Somerset, but if you took me elsewhere in the country, there'd be quite a lot of things I didn't know. But you don't need to know everything in order to help. If, let's say, you only knew like the 200 most common species, that's like 90% of what we record. So you could go somewhere that's never been recorded before, and a lot of remote places haven't, and you could write down what was there, and you would still be contributing, even if you only knew the most common things. Matchcatcher says, is that tomorrow's out on the railing? Do you mean tomorrow's outfit, Matcha? Or are you referring to here, where I ran out of hanging space on my Aero and had to hang it on the railings? But Matcha is determined not to look at the stream and instead peer over the streamer's shoulder to see what he can see. Anyway, hope that was a little introduction for you there, Hazel. And yes, every stream I will be, most streams, whenever somebody redeems Read from Botany book, I will do a little segment like that. And soon there will be dedicated botany streams. I don't know if you're in my Discord, Hazel. If you're not, then you're welcome to join. There's the link. I will obviously announce my streaming plans in my Discord ahead of time. But yes, great to have you here at any time, of course. Unfortunately, this is split into 2 volumes, but it's still enormous. This, by the way, there is absolutely no reason to have these books. This is the Plant Atlas, which is a compilation of all the records made between 2000 and 2020. So it's essentially the results of 20 years of recording. But the results are available online. So there's no reason to pay £100 for these books, unless, like me, you were involved in that recording effort and you want a sort of physical memento of your contribution. They are incredibly heavy. This desk has taken so much abuse. Tibago said, I did post a little thing about why it's called cuckoo flower, but chat's been busy. I was too busy rabbiting on about botany. Let me reread Tibago's message. The common name cuckoo flower derives from the formation of the plant's flowers at around the same time as the arrival each spring of the first cuckoos in the British Isles. Well, that's very nice. I think I did know that. It was sort of lodged in the back of my mind somewhere. But yes. Cuckoos and cuckoo flowers are just so named because of timing. Hazel says, I gotta run, but I'll be back in a bit if you're still alive. No problem, Hazel. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you learned something about all the botany, and I'll be live for another hour and a half or so. And thank you so much for joining the Discord as well. Let me give you a... well, let's give you the botanist role because you're clearly interested in that. But you are also a streamer, so let's give you the streamer role. And let's also think it would only be right to do a shout out here. Hazel as Zelzel. Hazel does stream. She plays Minecraft mostly at the moment, but all sorts of things. Very cozy streams. Definitely worth checking out if you like cozy streams. And obviously queer friendly, neurodivergent friendly, like myself and the other streams that I tend to hang out in. Hazel says, I think we met over Dwarf, didn't we? Yes, so Hazel is also a Dwarf enjoyer, much like myself. Currently I'm streaming Dwarf every Friday, trying to get to 1 million points in classic mode, which is going to take me about another month, and then I'll probably put Dwarf on hold for the time being because I'll have had enough of it. But yes, we both share a passion for that sort of casual, cozy game. But yeah, I mean, I still enjoy watching Minecraft. I don't play it myself anymore because I played it an awful lot when it first came out and sort of got bored of it. But it's also a great game, let's be honest. Right. I've been dreading this moment. We put it off for half an hour, but we do need to return to our factory where we actually made some progress. After struggling for only half an hour, we managed to paint something white. Rather than giving us a whole stack of painters like they gave us last time, they've just given us this one painter on a stick, meaning that we have to run the block past it in a sort of zigzag fashion, which we have now done. The finishing touch is we have to put this red dot in the middle, and we have a painter that will do a red dot. The only problem with that is we can't just move the block over the painter, otherwise we'll get a red stripe. The painter can't be turned on and off, which is a bit of an oversight, I think. What I think we need to do is position the block 2 blocks away from the painter, and then have a pusher push it against the painter and then retract it again. In order to just stamp that one block on there, that one red dot on there. Happy little wall, says Debago. Well, yes, quite. The first thing we actually need to do is figure out how we remove this block from this contraption once we're done with it. We do need to go all the way down on this cycle to paint that bottom, this top right corner. But then it will get ejected from there, so we can catch it at the right height. So I think we need to we need to catch it here. We need to bring it this way so that it's not in front of the painter, and then we can slide it over. And it needs to be in position here. Botany class over. Indeed, Matcha. Hope you have been studying hard. Right, so when that's there, that should now be... Yeah, so it's positioned correctly for the painter to put this red dot on. And I'm thinking what we need to do is have a pusher here that pushes it against the painter, and then we can have a conveyor here to immediately pull it back again. We just need to trigger this at the right time. And I think for once we can actually not have to use a timing circuit and do it with this. Let's see if that works. Well, it sort of works. Only slight problem is it never actually leaves. Yeah, okay. We probably need to get it to leave afterwards. Maybe I do have to do it on a timer because I can't have it just off of this button. If it needs to go in here, come back out again, and then come out. Oops. It needs to come out from here, not from the front, because otherwise that will leave a stripe on it. So, but then this button would be held the whole time, so that actually won't work. Okay, I think we do need a timing circuit then, and it can't be the same as this timing circuit because this timing circuit is timing each column rather than the whole thing. So if I make a new circuit here, all this one needs to do is press a button at the right time to do this. So let's see. Actually, first of all, I'll get the phase. First, I'll get the frequency right. Then I'll get the phase right. So that comes out, and then okay, it needs to be longer. Or I could put the input rate up, but I'm not going to mess with the input rate just at the moment. Hang on, is that right? No, that's... it was almost right, but it needs to be there, I think. Yeah, okay. Now I can get the phase right. So when it hits, yeah, 3 blocks too soon, was that? So there. Okay. We have actually successfully made 1. I'm fairly certain my solution doesn't work repeatedly. But we made 1, which is a start. Let's see about delivering that 1 to the output. Probably like this. No, other way. Matcha, what are you singing about now? No, that's the wrong way round. I think this works. Let's just see. Did somebody say clown? Oh, not that again. No, Tibago, don't, no. Okay. Okay, well, we've made one of them and there's immediately a problem. This one is missing some of... yeah, I think it's big. Yeah, I know. I think it's because they're all getting stacked up here because of how slow this machine is. So they're actually missing the first bit of paint. Is there a way that I can fix that? I think it's so this one is waiting here, and as a result, it's not hitting this with the same cycle as the other one. The Gertrude problem. Is that another emote you'd like? Gertrude problem. Gertrude is not a problem. Gertrude is a solution. Whatever problem you have, Gertrude is not the answer. Gertrude vacuum? What? Matcha, what are you... What is going on in Planet Matcha? I would love to know. Okay, so I'm wondering if maybe we, have it approach it from the end like this. Okay, well now we've successfully made it so the first one is wrong as well. But yeah, see now they're consistently wrong. Consistently wrong is progress, right? That's what I'm telling myself. Wait. That's not how it's supposed to work. What's going on here? LT Vago says, Gertrude, can I go home yet? I mean, if you mean can you stop watching the stream, of course, nobody is ever under any obligation to watch the stream if they don't want to. If you mean can you go back to your actual house, I don't know. I thought you were evacuated because of flooding. In which case I'm not really in a position to answer that question. I hope you're okay, Divago. But I cannot help with that question. No. You're fine. Okay, that's good. Right, I think that's the right timing. Yeah, that's back to doing the whole thing. Now, does it do the whole thing on the next one? No, it shoves it off the conveyor entirely and then does one wrong. Okay, let's put something there so it can't do that. What happens with this next one? No, it's intent on doing that wrong, isn't it? How do I fix this? Wall, hey, don't push me. Yeah. Can I make it triggered by... thinking about this again. Can I have it so that there is a button here which that button retracts a blocker, releasing a box which then goes round a loop, which does 4 ticks. And then comes back. LT Vago says, I feel sorry for Loon having to visualize all these abstract emotes. Yes, well, I'm probably not going to be doing a Gertz you broke it emote. Although Rooney has an emote which Harry has used a couple of times, which is like an oh no emote. This one. I think it might be good for me to have one of those. There seem to be quite a lot of times in my puzzle game streams where that emote is appropriate, especially this game. So that might be on my list of requests at some point. This sort of emote. I don't have one currently. I just have the thinking emote and the crying emote, which is also appropriate sometimes for this game. So what I'm thinking is the block just stays here until this turns up and then makes it move. But hang on, why are the buttons not... Oh, because that needs to not be there. Oh. That is not going to work because, yeah. Okay, so it actually needs to be this sort of loop. Still need 4 buttons though. So button 1, button 2, button 3, button 4. This. And then put the block somewhere where it'll actually move. So the idea is the actual thing arriving triggers the block to move, which retracts that. Okay, yeah. And then I need to delay it so that it actually does the 4 ticks first before it comes down. So it's actually probably going to be these 4 tiles that trigger the button. Button, who's got the button? There's a lot of buttons in this solution. Right, so tick, tick, tick up, and then hit the button as soon as it reaches the top, so it comes down again. And then what should happen is that hitting the bottom triggers it to go up again. Not exactly what I wanted. So why is the dot there now? This is not the answer. Okay. There, that triggers it to go up. It goes up, it comes down. Coming back down should trigger, should trigger the thing to be pushed back in. Do I need to... I think maybe I actually need one more button here. That maybe. I'm hoping this solution... The only reason I'm doing this rather than what I was doing before is I'm hoping this one actually works more than once in a row, whereas the other one only worked twice in a row. Hang on, no, it's not even lifting it up now. Oh right, we can't have a button here because that's where the cube's waiting. Okay. In that case, we need this track to be longer. And we need a button here. Like, oops. That. No, we need another button. We need a button for every tick where we don't want the lifter to be there. We could replace this blocker with a pusher, and then it would be a button for every tick we do want the block to be there. But that would be just as difficult, I think. Okay, so then. Then the button doesn't get back round in time, which is more of a problem. Then the block doesn't get back round in time, rather. Yeah, this track is now. This is now a 13. No, it's 11. It's 11 again. But yeah, the block doesn't get here in time. Oops. How to actually watch what's happening without getting pushed out the way by the block. Okay, that goes up. Comes back down. Goes one tick. Goes up. Okay, the pusher doesn't take effect on the tick when the pusher is still entering. What if there's no conveyor here? Does it work then? Oh, still needs to be a conveyor there. Press a button, something happens. Press a button, what a fashion. Press a button, we be painting. Press a button, repeat it, we're creating. Thank you for that poetry, Matcha. Truly one of the poets of all time. Matcha really is. It's getting late. This conveyor is pointing the wrong way. That's why it's not working. It's not going anywhere. Wait, if I have a button here, then it slides once, but then, yeah, it slid the first time it went round. That conveyor slid it one block. Why is it not sliding now? Why is this... The first time this comes up, it doesn't stay up, it just briefly hits the top, moves, and then comes down. But now it's not... What? Oh, yeah. The block isn't stopping. because this is opening right as the block comes. So the timer isn't actually doing what it's supposed to do. Because the delay is not happening because, yeah, okay, that's a problem. Can we put a delay? The 1 tick delay isn't happening because the thing is opening before the block gets there. Okay, and then tomorrow is Cosmic Express, right? Tomorrow is Cosmic Express, Matcha. That's quite right. This can't be attached to this either, otherwise that all goes wrong. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, I just can't think of what it is. Oh, you solved one of the Cosmic Express levels, did you, T-Bagger? Ah, okay. Well, is it that level 14 in the first world, the one that I struggled with twice and gave up on? If it's one of the others, there's a chance that I discover it myself anyway. If it's that one, then yeah, I don't know. That one might have to wait till the future stream. When Debago is available. I mean, I'm going to make an honest effort to solve it myself. I will do that. Right, this is not working. Let's rip it all out and try a different idea. I think triggering it off of this button does work, because every time it comes back down, like that. Yeah, this part works. The tricky part is retracting this at the right time. Maybe I do want to change this to a pusher. And then here. Yeah. So if it's a pusher, we would want to connect this directly as well as releasing the block. T-Burger says I backseated a bit too much last time. I'll try to restore energy from future. I mean, basically, I'll ask for a hint if I want one. But if you can let me know if you think you know the answer, then that's helpful, because it means I know if I won't bother asking for a hint if nobody has any idea how to solve it. But I don't mind backseating in general. They're hard puzzles. We can say that we collaboratively solved it as a team, as long as it is actually a solution you came up with yourself. If it's a solution you came up with yourself, then we can say, yeah, we solved it as chat solved the puzzle, rather than like you googled the answer or something. That's not quite so good. So my idea is something like this, and then that activates that goes up. Why is this block not going? Block, please go. There we go. Okay. Oh, keep forgetting that that's a thing that happens. that didn't get all the way to the top either. Looking up his dude, I'm not doing that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine then. Okay, did that reach the top that time? It did, but we didn't advance one using the top conveyor, so it needs to stay for another tick. Okay, so this is going to be much slower because it does need to wait. Now it's waiting at the bottom for the block to make a full cycle, and then resetting. But I'm hoping, yeah, there we go. Look, I'm hoping that forced reset will mean that everything. Oh yeah, I need to redo the timing on this. Forcing it to reset this blocker every time means it will always move one space, so I think it will work now. Just have to get the timing right on the bit that puts the red dot on. So, okay, the red dot is going on 2 ticks too early. Let's delay this by 2 ticks. Okay, we made 1. Can we make 2? No. Yeah. Also, as a result of slowing down the machine, this is now out of sync. This cycle needs to be 2 ticks longer. That's going to throw off this. I think that needs to come forward 4 ticks, because it makes 2 complete cycles before the thing shows up. No, it makes 3 complete cycles. Hang on. Yeah, that's now late. So actually needed to come 6 blocks. There we go. Okay. Wait, where was the block? Oh, this is just completely the wrong timing. How did that happen? I'll tell you what I'll do, in order to not have this conveyor be stupidly long, I'll make it half the size, and then basically this will trigger twice for every block that comes through. But one of the times there won't be anything here, so it won't matter. So this will trigger when the block is in the right place, but it will also trigger like opposite that. So that's right. And then it'll trigger now, but that's harmless. And then it should trigger now, which means 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to make this 10 blocks longer. I think that should work. It's the machine that we're making isn't actually that complicated. It's just fiddly to get right, I think. So now we are late by 6 blocks, so we move this forward by 6. No, wait. Was that supposed to be back 6? That was supposed to be back 6. Whoops. Yeah, if you're late 6, you have to go back 6. There. Is that lined up with this one now? Looks about right. Oh, no, it's... hang on, it's too late. Oh. We'll get there, don't worry. It's been moved forward 6. This is all just adjusting timings now. Other than that, it's right. T-Bagger says, if you're late, you should say, sorry, I'm late. No, that's Emery's bot's job. That's not my job. I'm not usually late for my streams, but the bot will say, sorry, I'm late regardless. Wait, how did that completely miss its timing again? That makes no sense. What's going on here? Okay, that is correct. So now... this should link up. What? Okay, Emma is confused. Emma is very confused. What is going on? Emma does not understand. Emma does not understand. Yes, forward 5. Oops. Oops, don't do that. So that's just 2 off now. I'm sure this is the length we had before, though. I don't know. Start there. Not quite. Start there. Exactly. Sometimes if I don't have the right emotes for the situation, then Ophelia will have the right emote for the situation. That is always a possibility. No, that's 2 blocks too late. Now if that's late, that implies that the track is too long by 2 ticks. No, it's only too long by 1 tick. Oh, is this... yes. Oh, I'm an idiot. So because this is an odd number of ticks, this circuit, and it operates 7 times per... this circuit operates 7 times for each one of these because it's once per column, and there's 7 columns. So there's an odd number of ticks here times an odd number of cycles means the total time it takes this machine to output one thing is an odd number of ticks, which means that this timer also has to be an odd number of ticks, which means that it won't work because this is your regular even numbered trickery thing. So we actually have to put one of these things on. Like, I can get rid of this now. This was my little experiment I was doing, and I forgot to get rid of it. We need one of them, otherwise it won't work. Because we need to make this an odd number. Okay, this level is proving to be rather more difficult than... Even after I appreciated how to solve it, I still didn't know how to solve it. This will make it an odd number of ticks. So if we now redo the timing to align correctly, it should work. Emphasis on that should. There, I think. Oh, no, we're 2 ticks early. Wait, what? Still doesn't work. I think I'm going to redo this timer to work the same as this one does, i.e. to be triggered by the block arriving. Because I think that's the only sane way to do it. But what I can't do is just have it triggered just off of a switch, which is how I was originally going to do it. It'll have to be a switch plus a timer made out of a block going in a loop. So let's put everything over this side. What we will need to have is this activates a switch when the block first arrives. It had better be here actually. And that releases a blocker allowing this to go past. And then when it gets to X number of ticks later, we can trigger a button, which I think will be there. Actually, no, it won't. It will be here. This is the idea, and then it resets itself. And by the time this resets, the whole thing will have passed this switch, so this will be shut again. That's the idea. So it opens, it stamps it. Oh no, it stamps it one. That's 1 tick too early. No, it needs. I was almost right. It needs to be here. But by the time the key thing is, by the time this block has gone all the way around and got back here, this is shut again, so the block doesn't move. Oh, I got rid of that sound alert because I wasn't sure if it was a good idea. It was Finster calling me an idiot, which is, you know, a reasonable thing to do. But it was a very old clip of Finster. He doesn't even sound like that anymore. Or not. I shouldn't call Finster he, really, either. Finster is gender fluid, and I think hasn't quite decided on pronouns yet. They were he at the time. Yeah, so this block is now reset. So now this stays in the same state until another one comes. And then as soon as that comes, that block goes, okay, there we are. And then it will always put the dot in the same place, regardless of the timing of this thing. And you see how it sort of does that little wiggle on the way up? It does that weird little wiggle, which is obviously slowing it down a lot. But it does technically work. It's it's so slow that this is stacking up with spare ones. But if it's technically working, I'm going to take it. The official statement is his pronouns are she, her. As I was saying, gender fluid, and probably doesn't mind what pronouns you use, but I will use she, her from now on, but if the statement itself uses his, sort of gives the idea that they're just trolling. What are you doing with that? Harry, you'd better not be snailing without my permission. I'm joking. You can, of course, snail anytime you like. But if I discover you've been on the snailway while I've been streaming... Okay, right. So this solution is slow. It's actually quite good in terms of blocks. And it's about average in terms of footprint. I'm going to say that's okay. At this point in the game, I'm going to accept average as a compliment because it's not average among everyone. It's only average among people who made it this far in the game. And obviously, if you make it this far in the game, you're either very smart or there's something wrong with you, and you've persisted for hours despite wanting to give up. Hello, Zando Toaster. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Thank you for redeeming a Jamanda Speedwell as your flower of the day. That's that one right there. We are playing Infinifactory, and we've actually just completed a level. That doesn't sound like much. It's only the second level we've completed this stream, and we're 3.5 hours in. So I don't have... Yeah, we managed to do Control Console, although my solution is apparently way more complicated than it needs to be. And we've managed to do Laser Calibration Target. We have only 3 levels left, so probably at least one more stream, maybe even 2. We will make a start on Life Support System. Can't promise we'll finish at this stream, but we'll definitely make a start. 4 more streams to do 3 levels. Oh, I hope not. Right, what is Life Support System? It is this. Wow, this is complicated actually. Yes, okay. So we have a base made up of these blocks in a 3x3. Then we have 4 more of those blocks in the corners, followed by 4 of a different type of block with these orange circles on. And then in between each one we have a stack of 2 of these green blocks with this thing on top. What is that supposed to be, says Matcha? Well, obviously it's supposed to be a life support system. That's what it said. Don't ask me how it works. This is hypothetical future alien technology. I don't know how it works. What's interesting is how we actually receive the ingredients. So we're not building this up piece by piece. We're actually receiving it as a block like this. So we actually need to cut out the middle bits. And we're receiving these green things as 4 block high. Is that 4? Yes, 4 block high tubes when we only need 2 block high tubes. So we're receiving all these things in funny. I think that's something they've definitely introduced towards the end of the game. In the early game, you were always assembling things 1 block at a time. Then we had the world where you were given a sort of continuous solid block of metal and you had to cut it into shapes. And I think the theme of this world is... I think the idea is the rebels are sort of cobbling together what they can from the alien technology to build a spaceship. So they're having to take blocks that weren't intended to be made into these things and then sort of chop them about. So we're going to have to take one of these, cut through the middle there, cut through the middle there. These, I think we just chop the top off. In this game, you can't just split a block into 2. You have to remove a block. And that would leave a 2 and a 1. So we might as well just take off the entire top half of this and produce 2 high things, and then we just need to stick these on top. Okay, this actually doesn't seem as hard as some of the others, and I'm sure those are famous last words, but we'll see. Chopping out the middle of this is relatively straightforward. We need eviscerators here and here, but we need to preserve the base, so these eviscerators need to actually be suspended from the ceiling like that. Then we need to take out the other sides, which we can actually, it's probably best to just rotate the whole thing actually. So if we bring it to here, rotate it, and then pass it through another set of eviscerators. Also have to be suspended from the ceiling, or at least from there. Okay, well that gives us that bit. That wasn't too difficult. Over here, we need to, yeah, okay, we're getting these two at a time. We need to chop off the tops. Can I build like inside this? Oh yeah, I can, okay, I can just build inside here. That's convenient. Chop off the top. So we're getting, oops, that. Let's put these, I know they're coming into at a time, but I'm going to just put them all on the same belt. And obviously we need to drop these on top, and I'm wondering how simple we can make that. Can we just do, we can't do welders here because the welder would need to be here and here, and obviously that doesn't work. Maybe we do need to keep them on separate belts then. So if we bring this and we bring this and we have them meet in the middle, and we have welders here and here, does that work? Oh, no, of course this belt needs to be higher. Okay, that needs to get there first. Okay, I mean that works. If I, instead of having a welder there, if I have the welder suspended from the ceiling, I can put a pusher here with a button here to actually eject this from the machine like that. Okay, that's going to make those. And it will keep making them as fast as we need to. It might actually be able to support both of these inputs. Let's see if it can. Okay, yeah, certainly at default input speed that can keep up with the inputs. So that's giving us those. Then we need to put these into here. So how do we want to do that? First of all, is this at the right height? No. Okay. This needs to be one block higher than this, but also, I mean, it can be on the floor. So let's drop this down to floor level once it's been through here. Let's bring it so it's in line with the output. Okay, just hold that a moment. Just make sure this works. Yeah, so that comes around like that. Then we need to arrange for these to drop into place. probably is easier if they drop in, because we'll want to have welders on the side to put them in, I think. So the welders would be here. So we would actually, yeah, we'd actually want to drop them down. If I arranged for the thing to stop here, and obviously for this to not get there too fast. That's still too fast. Yeah, like that would put the first one in. What goes in the middle of this, by the way? I can't see. Is there a block in the middle? Oh, there is a block in the middle. Ah, okay. Do we have any way of... that actually does make it slightly harder. Yeah, this doesn't work then because we're chopping out that middle block. I didn't see that the first time. Can we get away with chopping out the middle block, or do we need to keep it? I think we need to keep that middle block. Okay, so we can't do this. That's okay. We can come up with a different solution for this step and then do that step. I think we actually need to pause this thing. Yeah, we need to bring it out and then pause it here. Because if you try and use eviscerators on something while it's moving, they will take out a minimum of 2 blocks. You can't eviscerate just 1 block while something's moving. So we would want to have... I still think it's easier than the previous one, and certainly, well, maybe not even the previous one, but certainly the one before that, which took me an hour and a half. We'll see. I've only been doing this for 10 minutes so far. The idea is we have eviscerators like this, and then we just bring them in when appropriate, which we can do with pushers. Here and here. The pushers can be triggered by a button that's like right here, and we might as well trigger this one separately since it's on the other side with a button here. This whole thing needs to not be floating, otherwise it will fall. Don't support it from the eviscerator, don't support it there. No. Where can we support this? We can support it here, I think. Oh, this one's already supported because it's attached to there. This one is not. Oh, we could attach it to the wall. It's easier. Right, why will this not push? Okay, the conduit is on, but it's not pushing. Oh, does it count as attached because of this button? Oh, that's stupid. Okay, the button can be on top then. Like that, and also like this. Yeah, like that. Suppose, yeah, the problem with that is these don't these aren't removed afterwards because they, yeah, that's going to be stuck there. Okay. We can let gravity take care of that. If we move this whole thing so it's above this drop, then we can just have it fall down. afterwards. That will take care of that problem. So this won't stay here because, yeah, it will need to drop down. But if we imagine it comes here, and then we have eviscerators located. Actually, we only need one per side because it will fall down through the eviscerator. We have eviscerators here and here. And we have, once again, a button on top is going to be easiest. Let me just do one button for both. It will still be symmetrical. So button here, when that button is hit, we activate this. And also this. Don't need that anymore. Or that. And we don't need this. Right, does that. Let's attach this whole thing to the ceiling, which is a long way up now. There we go. That actually, that took out everything. We can solve that by just mounting it one block higher. There we go. So that does half of it, and we just need to repeat that process. The only issue with repeating that process is it's a drop down, and then can we drop it down just 2 blocks? Because then we could drop it down another 2 blocks. Yeah, that does work. Okay. In that case, the answer is we just do the same thing again. After we've rotated it. So rotate it here, and then that rotator didn't rotate. Maybe it needs to be there. And then do the same thing again on that drop. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't used the counter. We were going to use it in the first level today, and we didn't because I couldn't get it to work. And then in the second level, I just didn't see the need for one. Like, it still has to be activated by something, so it doesn't actually help with the whole odd clock cycle problem, because you have to have something triggering the counter, and you can't trigger it on every tick. So you would have to trigger it on every other tick, and then it would be counting an even number of ticks. So I still haven't found a use for the counter. Maybe I can complete the whole game without using it. So we need to just replicate this again. So 3 blocks up, build a sensor, and have wires coming out of it into, let's actually put this here, into a pusher, into an eviscerator, then on the other side the same thing, pusher, eviscerator, support this somehow, just do this, get rid of this and put a conveyor underneath. Okay, does this result in what we want, which is one of these with all 4 edges cut out? Yes, it does. Okay, look, something actually went right for once. So I think this is what this is, because if you look closely, there is a block in the middle there. Now we just need to start sliding these into the sides. And I mean, there's one. Obviously, yeah, we need something a bit more organised here to slide. I mean, yeah, they are sliding in, but we need to do it in a more organised fashion than that. I don't think I can do all four at once, because if I have welders on all four sides, then I can't actually move the thing afterwards, and we've had this problem before. So I think we need to have an area here where we add 2 of them, followed by another area where we add 2 more. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that it's here and here. We could then have 2 pairs of welders, 1 on each side, and that wouldn't impede the thing from moving forward. And I guess that's why they gave you 2 of each up there, because you're going to have 2 stations down here doing the assembly. Like that. In which case, I probably do want to keep them separate. So, if we are keeping these separate, we can still connect those ones together there. Excuse me. Then we can bring the other ones. Let me drop this down here. Can I then bring this across? Yeah, because that's going to be 3 blocks high. Okay, we can't bring that across. I think what we can do is bring these down, still only being 2 blocks high. This can be lower down as well. Yeah, this is here. LT Bago says battery almost dead, and because phone is broken and I can only charge it wirelessly, it's very awkward to watch and charge, so I got to go. Sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, T Bago. I hope you're back to normal soon. Thank you for being here, and hope it's all fixed soon, and hopefully you can be here for tomorrow's stream as well, at least some of it. And sleep well and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Okay, why is it so hard to cross one of these over one of these? This comes out here, then this can come here. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we do that, and then we do that. Yeah, and then we have one. We'll have to have 2 machines to assemble these now, because we're keeping them separate. So one of the machines is here, one of the machines is here. Then once they're fully assembled, these ones go to this station, and these ones come to this station. Let's push this in this way. We have this here. Have a welder here. We can probably just eject it with an upside down conveyor, actually. That might be easier than the system we had before. This one, bring in here and here. Actually, it might be better to have it more like over here somewhere. There and there. Two welders and upside down conveyor. Hopefully soon, should be here tomorrow. I'm glad to hear that, Tibago. Right, let's just make sure these are correctly assembling these things. Yep, looks like they are. Okay. So here we want to have two of them in position to slot into this thing. This is too low now. Yeah, this is too low because so that doesn't work. How do we want to do this? Maybe we just want to lift one of these up. It's the easier solution. Lift onto upside down conveyor. This will delay it by 2 ticks, but oh well. Sure, we'll live with it. There, and then once it's over this other line, we can drop it down again. So if we bring this way immediately. We can then drop this down here because this is where it actually comes in. It has to be at that height. Now this whole thing needs to be 1 block higher. So there and there and there, and now this doesn't drop down. Okay, now this is high enough we can pass it completely over this thing in order to get to the other side. Because we're going to need 2 of them, one dropping down here and one dropping down here. Likewise over here we are going to need 2. Lined up with this column, so like that, oops, like that. There and there. Then we need to push them off at an appropriate time. Push these off at an appropriate time. These will be triggered by the arrival of this, which we can sense with a button, which can be right here, I think. Now, do they actually get there in time? No. Okay. This one is taking too long to get there. What about on this platform? Oh, this... right, yes. We need to not allow that to come past. There we go. Okay, that one's ready in plenty of time. This one isn't quite ready in time, which is a small issue. Also, I need to rotate these between the two, because the whole point is this puts them in one side and then it rotates and this puts them in the other side, so it ends up on all 4 sides. So we have to have a rotator in the middle. The issue we've got is the outside container thing gets here before both of these are ready. And I'm not sure I can get them here any faster because we've got to wait for this to come all the way from here. So we're still waiting for it now. The only other thing I can think actually is if we dedicate the first two of these to be for the front and the second two to be for the back rather than having two separate tracks. That might work. Let's see how hard that is to do. So they both come together on the same track. And then we only do this part for half of them. That's the idea. We still have to get over this track, so we still need a lifter with a upside down conveyor. That's not an upside down conveyor, that's an upside down conveyor. Upside down conveyor there to get it over this little bump. And I think this is going to have to be a thing like this that drops into place. I think this is going to have to be done on a timer. So we need to do this and then push it across. Is that going to work? Hang on. Let me just figure out what I'm doing here. Preferably without losing that. No, that's not actually going to work, is it? Okay, yeah, I agree this one is not easy. There, I have said it. We need to send two, and then we need to send two more the other way. So those two, that should then, yeah, this now arrives in time for this to get here, which is the important thing. Yeah, we would need to slide it here. Like that. Yeah, that would work. Okay. So what we need, it needs to drop into place because it can only be moved separately from the other conveyors if it's not touching the other conveyors when the simulation starts, which is something that took me far too long to figure out. So that. And then we push this over and then they go there and then we pull it back. Yeah, that will work, I think. So pusher there attached to a timing circuit which can just be here. Which hits a button which then activates this. So block here, when this is activated it moves it over. And it might be easier to just have buttons on the whole section that we want to move. We first of all see what the timing is like. So from, okay, cycle 2, these two appear here. And then cycle 20, they appear there. So 18. 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a conveyor belt of length 18. And for half of that conveyor we want the belt to be pointing straight forward, and half we want it pointing that way. So if we say that this side is the half where we point this side is the half where we point it the other way. We just fill this side full of buttons, hook them all together and attach them to this. And slightly awkward. I'll be honest, Matcha, it pretty much sums up the entire stream, if not the entire game. I don't think people are going to be confused with that pinned. I think they're going to come in, watch a few minutes of the stream, look up at that and go, I completely agree. Right, so what this big row of buttons does is it's just going to slide this back and forward every 9 ticks. So let's show you what I mean. So now it slides, and now these go this way. So you see, all it's doing is alternating back and forth between being pushed out and being not pushed out. And now it's pushed out, and then now it's not pushed out. So this is quite a complicated setup needed to just do. All I need to do is move this back and forth every 9 ticks to send half the pieces one way and half the pieces the other way. That means that these 2 pieces get here at the right time. Matcha Catcher says that's me when Gertrude has a random vacuum sitting in the back. I don't have a random vacuum sitting in the back, Matcha. I don't know what you're on about. I have a lot of random things sitting in the back, but a vacuum is not one of them. Okay. Right, this is... Why is this stuck now? Oh, is this triggering too early? Is this button triggering too early? Oh, no, these these things are banging their heads on this. Yeah, that makes sense. The idea is that it rotates so that doesn't happen. But of course, it can't... Oh, it can't rotate. Yeah, that's why. Okay, it's not going to rotate. There is a vacuum, says Matcha. There is not. I assure you my room is filled with oxygen. There is no vacuum in here. I would have suffocated if there was. Okay, next challenge is to actually get this to rotate. I've moved the rotator over 1 block. Let's see if that works. Okay, now it rotates. Good. So probably here is a safe place to have the second station. Once again, we need welders. But yes, as an added piece of complexity, we can't just bring this over because the thing we're trying to assemble is now 4 blocks tall, so this is too low. So we actually need another lifter here to bring it up another block in order to get over. Actually, yeah, since this has already been lifted, we might as well do the whole assembly lifted up, because we had to lift that piece up anyway. So there, and not there, and also there. And then we just have to lift this up to match. Okay. Lift. Conveyor. That conveyor. There. And now this is at the right height. Okay. Matcha Catcher says, I'm talking about a vacuum you use on the carpet. No hypoxia. Well, thank God for that. I was worried for a moment. So I think we still position these here and here as we did before, except they need to be a block higher. So they're now there. So there are now 4 blocks clear underneath. So let's bring those round like that, and like that, and this trigger is also going to have to be 1 block higher, so there. Let's see how that goes. So these are going to come in, they're going to get... whoops, okay. That didn't quite work. What happened there? 2 of these came in. Oh, and this is shoving them off the end. Okay, don't shove them off the end, please. Please be patient and wait your turn. There and there. Okay, good. These get into position. This comes through, rotates, those drop down into place. I'm not actually releasing this, I'm just waiting for the next one to show up to act as a release mechanism. And we've done it! There we go. Well, I mean, that level was easier than the previous level. It only took me 40 minutes instead of an hour and a half, so I'm going to go with that one was easier. Let's see how our solution compares with other solutions. We are pretty much exactly average. Good to know. Well, Matcha Catcher says most of them are easy. I disagree, Matcha. The early levels were definitely easy while they were easing you into things, but this whole campaign, the whole Resistance campaign, has been difficult. So this world and the 2 previous worlds have been difficult, in my opinion. Not so much the teleporter levels, but this world and this world were very hard. So we have completed life support system. I don't think it's worth starting another one now because we are coming up to the end of the stream, but that will leave 2 more to complete next week. Space Buoy and Resistance Shuttles. I suspect these are going to be the 2 hardest puzzles in the game, so we may well need a whole stream just to do those 2. But yeah, if you look at the time it took me to solve these, this one was about half an hour, this one was an hour and a quarter, this one was over an hour, like an hour and a half. And this was only 45 minutes, so this was a slight drop in difficulty, I think. Because you didn't have all that faffing around with painters like in these 2. And this was just a complex shape to assemble. This one was actually not too bad. It was more complicated than I thought it was going to be at first glance, but still not too bad. I am wondering if my solution is amenable to increasing the input rate. Well, we've got just a couple of minutes left in the stream. We would have to change the timing on this mechanism. So if this comes out at cycle 2 and the next lot come out at cycle 16, this is now a 14 tick cycle, so we just lop off the end, make it 7 blocks long. and change the phase of this so that they both make it through. Hang on. We're dropping one on the floor. Hang on, that's a problem. Let's not drop one on the floor. Okay, we're no longer dropping one on the floor. This should still work because this is not dependent on timing, it's just gravity doing its thing. So as long as they're still reaching this in time, which they are. Yeah, it looks like we can actually just turn up the input rate on that as well. With just the one, we've only got that one clock as a timer to adjust. It's quite a satisfying solution to look at. So we now, you can't quite see because my face cam, but we've gone from 239 down to 195 cycles. We've actually used fewer blocks as well because we removed some blocks from the timer, but still right around average. I am intrigued, if you look very closely, there is a tiny little, tiny bar on the graph here. There's no bar here, so it's not possible to a footprint of less than like 150. Because you've got to physically get the solution through the level. And cycles can't go into there. But yeah, somebody has got this done with under 50 blocks, which is very, very impressive. And I'd love to know how. I'm also... One very, very, very minor criticism of this game. There's clearly no solutions or no significant number of solutions with more than 1,000 cycles. So can't this graph be stretched out like this graph so we can see more detail? Rather than grouping all of these together, the number above 1k must be so small as to not be a factor. So just show us the graph up to 1k. But never mind. Do I dare tick up the input rate even further? I mean, I think all you'd have to do would be lock the end of this and possibly adjust the timing of the cube. I can't put the cube there, it gets stuck. That might be an issue. Okay, that does work. Yep, still works. Okay, that might be as far as we can go before we have problems with that timer, but it's quite a fast solution now. 173 cycles. So I think that's where I'll leave it. Yeah, we have 2 more puzzles to tackle next stream, but for now, let us end things. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Leia for the resub earlier, as well as Elfie, who resubbed right the way back at the start of the stream. Thank you both. It was really, really great to have your support. And thank you, Hazel, for showing such an interest in the botany. I am going to be raiding out now. Let me quickly look for a raid target. As always, happy to take suggestions for raids from anybody. But if we look at who's live, that we haven't been to recently. Thank you, Matcha, for the emote spam. If you would just stick around for a couple more minutes until the raid goes through, because Shell, we've been to Shell and Stoic quite a few times. We've been to Shania plenty of times. We haven't raided a cubing stream for a while. Yeah, I'm going to raid the Reasonable Cuber. This is a Rubik's Cube stream, so speed cubing, competitive Rubik's Cube solving. Not something I do personally, but I find it great background content for when I'm working and want to stream on in the background. So, the Reasonable Cuber is somebody I've been following for a long time. Sort of overwhelmed by this wall of emotes here. I feel the need to be further over in the frame. Um, I will enjoy the cleaning, Matcha Catcher. Thank you. Let me get that raid set up then. The Reasonable Cuber. There we go. If anybody is interested in Rubik's Cubes, I know Elfie is, then be sure to stop by and maybe drop them a follow. If you would like to spam a message in chat, and you should because it's fun, you can use this message if you are subscribed, and if you're not subscribed, then you can really choose any emotes on Twitch that you like, but here are some dancing dinosaurs for your consideration. I will be back tomorrow with the third instalment of Cosmic Express. We will be tackling the final 2 worlds of the game, plus hopefully finally solving 1-14, which has been a thorn in our side for so long now. Next Friday will be the next instalment of Dorfromantic. We can continue our climb to 1 million points. And please join me back here, same time, same place next week for hopefully the concluding part of Infinifactory, where we solve the final 2 levels. And until then, thank you all for watching, and bye for now.